commence? Have we started streaming, recording? Yeah. Okay. Good morning and welcome to South Oxfordshire District Council's Community Grants Panel meeting. My name is Councillor Tony Morgan and I'm chairing this meeting. The meeting is being held here at our office in Abbey House, Abingdon. The voting members are here in person as required, but officers and public speakers can join remotely if they wish through Microsoft Teams. The meeting is being streamed live and recorded on the council's YouTube channel for public viewing. Two procedural matters. For those of you who are joining remotely, when you are not speaking, please ensure the microphone is muted and that the camera is off, please, which helps with presentation matters. If you share a presentation on the screen, please stop sharing as soon as it's not needed. Public speakers should only have their cameras on and be unmuted when addressing the committee or answering questions in clarification of their designated slots. If councillors wish to ask a question or participate in the debate, please raise your hand and I will come to you. For housekeeping announcements, the evacuation procedure. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the building via the nearest exit, which is in the corridor immediately to the right of this meeting room, just out through the door there, and stand at assembly point 9 in the outside area beyond the fire exit. The Democratic Service Officer present will assist you. On arriving here, you should have read the emergency evacuation procedure and signed the fire register, which is in the lobby just outside. Please inform Democratic Services Officer if you've not done so. Can everyone present please ensure their mobile phones and any other devices are switched to silent, including those of us with laptops. Please ensure they're on silent too. And Chair just remembers to do that himself. Members of the public who wish to leave the meeting after their application has been heard are welcome to do so. And welcome to do so via the fire escape previously mentioned. When the meeting has ended, I will ask for confirmation the live stream has ended. At that point, please leave the virtual meeting and make your way out the building, remembering to sign out as you do so. A final point that this is a meeting in public and not a public meeting. I ask any members present of the public present to ensure they don't shout out or disrupt the deliberations outside those who have actually registered to speak in their designated slot. So, there's no need for a roll call. Okay, thank you. So, we begin the agenda with apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have received apologies for absence from Councillor David Bretherton.
Thank you. The minutes of the previous meeting last year were in the agenda pack for this meeting. If members are satisfied with their accuracy, could I have a proposal to adopt them as a correct record? First of all, is there any concerns with their accuracy? No, thank you. Could I have a proposer to accept them? Councillor Robb. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Gordon Creed. All those in favour? They are adopted. Thank you. Can the lead officer please confirm if there is any urgent business for the meeting?
No, for me, Chair.
Thank you. Public participation. There are multiple public speakers on several of the agenda items, and we'll get to them in turn. Okay. So before we commence, could I ask whether for members present there are any declarations of interest that anyone wishes to make? Councillor Arlett.
Yes, Chairman, the Henley-on-Thames Town Council application, previous Henley Town Councillor, but no longer since last May. The Ruben Wright Museum, I was a trustee there. The Town Council was trustee until last May. And you'll like this next one. Henley Town Football Club, I was president there a number of years ago until I had a knee operation. So I'm no longer president there. I've had no involvement in any of these applications whatsoever. So I intend to speak and vote on all three of them.
Thank you, Councillor Arlett.
Thank you.
Are there any other declarations, Councillor Robb?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if it is a pecuniary interest, but I have previously approved grant funding from our Council for Community Grants for the Shed Quarters project.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon Creek.
Thank you, councillor Chair. I'm just declaring that I'm the councillor for Aston Road ward. However, I haven't had nothing to do with the application, so I can speak to it.
Thank you. Any others?
Do I need to say if I'm the councillor of a ward that has an application?
I do not make that. That's an interest that needs to be registered.
No.
Thank you. There are 16 eligible applications for the scheme. They've which overall total a request of £305,805 against the potential maximum budget of £320,000. But officers have evaluated each of the applications against the scoring criteria and policy requirements, recommending scores for each category and providing narrative for those suggested scores, along with non-scoring comments and suggested conditions should the panel be minded to recommend awarding the organisation the funding applied for. This formed the basis of the board report that was reviewed by the community enablement team leader, service manager, and discussions had with head of service before publishing to all applicants on the 26th of January. Applicants then had opportunities to review their scores and reports and submit new evidence that could affect their project scores, particularly in response to financing of projects, which many of the organisations who requested funding did, alongside registering to speak at the panel should they wish. The revised report and scores were republished on the 21st of February. So we will now begin with applications who have registered to speak. You have a total of 5 minutes to make your case, each thing. The first on the agenda is Henley Town Council for the Mill Meadows Adventure Playground Scheme.
Just to say that officers will also present any pictures that the organisations have provided to help us.
Thank you. So is there anything to project for the Henley Town Council Mill Meadows Adventure Playgrounds? Could we put those up, please? So I'd like to invite, is it Sheridan Jacqueline Edwards to join us?
Thank you very much. I've registered to answer questions rather than to speak, and I do know that you've got a very long agenda, and I think that what the officers have put in, as well as the application itself, hopefully speaks for itself. But I think the only point that I did want to raise, which is probably something that you will read in the application, is around the affordability of it. We were deducted 2 marks because we could basically afford to pay for the playground in its entirety. And I wanted to clarify about that. So we do have a contingency in place. As you can probably see from the pictures, the current playground is in a very, very poor state, and it needs to be done as a matter of urgency. So if push comes to shove, we can pay for it out of our reserves. However, that's the contingency. We can't really afford to do that, though. The reason being is there are some details in the application. Over the next 5 years, we have a number of very large projects that we need to fund, and we've just completed a 5-year financial forecast. And actually, we need to spend about 4.2 million over the next 5 years. There's 1.4 million on repairs to the town hall. There's 1 million to resite our parks depot, which is far too small. Now there's 400,000 going into a new 3G pitch, which is very much needed. So in total, over the next 5 years, we're talking 4.2 million. We only have about 3.3 million in reserves at the moment. There are some receipts that we're expecting over the next 5 years. However, in order to keep ourselves financially stable, we do need to be looking at external funding as much as possible for our projects. So whilst we have contingency and we will pay for it if we need to from our reserves, we can't really afford to do so. And that's the only thing that I wanted to add, but I'm happy to take any questions that people might have.
Thank you. Pretty much. Comments and questions from members of the panel, please. Councillor Gordon-Green.
So looking at these pictures, my question is to do with the biodiversity net gain. I assume this is all right to ask this at this point. And I can see that the community, that as an organisation, you've done multiple energy survey issues to do with lots of other buildings. Looking at the difference between what's proposed here and what actually is, can you tell me whether there's any biodiversity net gain within the site itself, or is it externally?
Yes, indeed. It's a great question. I would point to our adventure golf course, which we put in two years ago as an example, and what we will be looking to replicate here. If you, I think there are the links in the application to see the pictures of that. And in the summer, it is a riot of wildflowers. What they've achieved there is absolutely fantastic. Our assistant parks manager is our kind of lead horticulturalist, and is working on a planting scheme for it. At the moment, as you can see, there is very little. There is some established hedge, which is fine, but otherwise, and trees as well. But otherwise, it's bare areas of grass. It doesn't show particularly well on the design that you have in front of you, because the design for the planting is being done at the moment by our assistant parks manager, because we're going to be leading on that in-house. But basically, we will be looking at putting in lots of areas of so there'll be pollinators, more hedgerows, more tall grasses, which also adds to that sense of adventure as well, just rather than being completely open. So you do have these kind of tall, they have some like tall grasses around here or whatever, so that and around here and in the corner. But so this doesn't show the extent that we will be trying to achieve, but we are very committed to maximising the biodiversity again.
Thank you.
Councillor Heritage.
I noticed that you're going to include more accessible play items and more sensory play items, and rightly so, but are you able to quantify that at all? Are you able to demonstrate according to the
Yes, certainly.
plan here?
So the basket swing here is inclusive. The Titan carousel has a cradle seat, and the great thing about that is it's not just things that can be used by people with physical disability, but they can use it with other people as well. So it's not just something they're doing by themselves. You do have the trampoline, which is also level access from the path. The pathway itself, we're putting in this area wet pool, which then increases accessibility. And here you've got a couple of nets. The idea is you'll see you can take a wheelchair up to that and then transfer somebody onto the net. And you've got a net above and below, so that you've got that kind of inclusive kind of, it's an area where they can even kind of relax and talk. You've got a cradle swing over here, kind of regular cradle swing. You've also got a quiet area there, with more sensory items, as well as the other sensory planting to look at people not just with physical disabilities, but also looking at people with autism, ADHD. there are a couple of other items as well. The Rotary roundabout is also inclusive as well. I think there's one more as well, but I think that's probably good. Yeah.
You've answered the question very well. I can see that a lot of thought has gone into that. Thank you for that. Do you have a sandpit?
No, we don't. No, we don't. It was one of the things that was we've carried out 2 public consultations. One since the application was made, and sandpit was something that was requested. Unfortunately, as soon as you start breaking ground and doing that kind of construction, the costs just escalate so much. So we want to focus on doing this really, really well and maximising the play value.
You've answered that really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sharon. I just had 2 questions. Firstly, I want to say thank you very much for having consideration to make space for girls, which is excellent to see. I don't see any elements of water, and I'm assuming that's because of cost. And will there be a drinking fountain available?
Very good questions. So no, there aren't any water features. There is a very large one in the Adventure Golf Course. So there's no water features here or water play for the same reasons, because of cost, as you say. We do we have been investigating putting in a water fountain along. So it would be close to this site. So there is the Thames path runs along here, and so behind here. I'm hopefully some town councillors won't know, but I will be putting in a report shortly for a water fountain along the Thames path, which will be about 100 metres away.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, councillors happy to note that presentation? Thank you. If we now move on to Aston Rowan Parish Council, where I believe we have Councillor Matthew Day online, and we have Laura Purse here in person. Is Laura here?
I'm online.
Right, thank you both. Are there any pictures or presentations to share with councillors for this one?
Yeah.
Right. So, Matthew, are you leading on this one for Aston Rowan?
Yes, Chairman. I'll lead on this one if that's okay, and sort of just to say, Laura's and Helen have been the lead in sort of fundraising and developing the project, but I'm kind of a long-standing councillor, so I'll put my face forward.
Right, thank you.
So yeah, this refurbishment of Kingston Blount playing field has been in process for about 3 years now, with a dedicated team on the Kingston Blount Park Committee that have spent a long time researching the right play equipment, doing a huge amount of community engagement and consultation. So we are, as a parish council, we're quite a small parish council, but we do serve quite a wide community, where we're not just encouraging local kids and young people to use this play equipment, but we have sort of neighbouring parishes that don't have such good equipment in Crowle, Sydenham, and even from Chinner, which is quite a big local town. So I think we were able to attract quite a wide number of existing users, but with the new equipment, we hope to attract a much wider range of young people to come to what is probably a quieter, safer and more sort of rural spot. Since the application has gone in, we have sort of received the feedback from the committee, your committee, which has been very helpful. So we're now proposing to include new wheelchair accessible benches, we are currently researching an improvement or what we can do to improve accessibility with a harder surface to allow wheelchair access, considering sort of individual parts or whether we can afford to resurface the whole area. In itself, the park is, the playground is in an accessible location where there's a very generous car park next to the existing village hall with all the services that we can provide in the village hall. The other aspect that we like to work on that we are looking to improve is on the climate and biodiversity. So we didn't score particularly well in the application, but since then we've been back to the supplier of the equipment, and he's confirmed that all of the timber is from FSC regulated sources. Offcuts, that there's no waste from their processing, so all offcuts are supplied to local residents near to the manufacturing facility for use in their wood burning stoves and log burners. The sawdust from the processing is used in animal bedding, and they are a UK based supplier, where sort of some of the other suppliers that we looked at were Europe based. So we think with without quite knowing it, we are doing what we can in terms of choosing a sustainable supplier with good credentials. The other thing that we would look to do sort of outside of this application, but I think is relevant, is more tree planting to increase kind of the carbon capture through trees, but also provide shading, natural shading for the playground itself. And lastly, the parish council has updated their climate policy, and we are looking to approve our sort of purchasing and subcontracting arrangements to be more in line with revised and up-to-date climate action policy. The final thing that we would like to bring to your attention is that since the submission,
With 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thanks, Chairman. The Kingston Blount Park Committee have continued to raise funds, and they have raised another £3,996.60, which we would ideally like to retain as a contingency or to be put towards potential resurfacing of the playground that is not included in this application, but we would be open to, we would like your thoughts and comments on that if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Members, questions and comments, please. Councillor Gordon-Craig.
Hi, Matt. So I've known this playground literally since the year it was built. I took my little ones there. And my only comment would be that surface currently, I would question that it's not accessible. It might not be what's conventionally mooted as accessible, but for me that would actually be a biodiversity gain in terms of, it would be more ecological than the whatever the conventional accessibility is. So I mean, that would really be all that I would feed in. And the question I was going to have was about tree planting. And, you know, please, can I just ask that you connect with Chinna particularly, who have a lot of trees and tree planting people, and there are trees available. So this is a great application. It is desperately needed. And I know a lot about the hard work that's gone into it. So, yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I did have a couple of questions. Firstly, just picking up on the points that Councillor Gordon-Creed made, I wonder if there is additional scope to incorporate more natural elements into the play area, such as raised beds with, you know, pollinating plants and so on. And the possibility, as you mentioned, more tree planting, but I would love to see some more natural elements incorporated if that's possible. It's regrettable. I think that a set of regular swings is going to be replaced by baby basket swings and by a large basket swing, which I really support the large basket swing. But I don't know if you know about Make Space for Girls. That organisation really draws attention to the fact that girls and teenage girls often don't find much that appeals to them in playgrounds or sports pitches. So I would love to see the incorporation of some of the elements that they recommend, like swings, and sort of dedicated chill out areas where girls can talk and relax together. And finally, drinking fountains. I know that this is adjoining the the playing pitch, but is there a drinking fountain available nearby?
There is not a specific drinking fountain, but there are drinking water taps. But that's a very good point.
Thank you very much to the hard work.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. We'll take those on board.
Thank you. Are there any other queries or questions from councillors? No, thank you. Are councillors happy to note this presentation? Thank you, the people from Aston Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We move on to the third item now, which is the River and Rowing Museum Foundation, and the project is Ratty's Refuge Reimagined. I believe we have Steve O'Connor representing. Yeah, are there any slides or presentations for this one? Yeah.
Chairman, can these speakers sit down if they wish to?
Yes, of course. Well, there are chairs, but yes, please. But don't feel obliged to sit down if you wish to stand up.
I'm conscious of time, so I may crack on while the image comes up. But thank you very much to the panel for considering our application for Ratty's Refuge. Council may or may not be aware the museum has had a turbulent past few years during the COVID closure and subsequently afterwards as well. We had a 9-month closure when the trustees made the decision to reinvest in the museum for a number of reasons, mainly because a lot of the ongoing maintenance had been neglected over a number of years. And so a multi-million-pound project was put into effect to restore several areas of the museum, most notably the roof, but of course, IT infrastructure, all of the back office operations that the public wouldn't see in order to get the museum back to a place where it can begin its recovery. I've been recruited to lead that recovery for the museum, and we are about to launch our new strategy, which will see us recover both the impact the museum should have for the community, but also get to a financial break-even position, which has not been achieved before. A hugely important part of our strategy is around education. It's the forefront of what we do. It's a key reason why the museum exists. And Ratty's Refuge will form a major part of that education strategy. We will be using, you can see the picture, we'll be using Ratty's Refuge to connect the students we see with the environment and with outdoor learning. And we found that outdoor learning and learning outside the classroom for us is one of the USPs of the museum and what we can bring to children from throughout the county. We will be working both with SEND pupils and pupils from mainstream education, and we've recently launched a partnership with Rivertime Boat Trust so that their pupils will now be on site at the museum and following the same workshops that all 3,000 pupils that we teach each year go through as well. But Ratty's Refuge will form a key part of this. During the closures, regrettably, the refuge fell into disrepair, and so this application is to get the refuge back up and running and really become an asset, not just for the schools, but also for the wider community who want to come and enjoy it. It will have accessibility at its heart. We are still in the process of working with Rivertime Boat Trust to make sure this design is perfect for users with disabilities of varying ranges so they can enjoy it as well. And we want to make sure that, as well as learn outside the classroom, we're able to talk about climate change, we're able to talk about the environment, and really use this as a way to showcase what's happening and what actions can be taken to affect changes in the future. So yes, we're very happy to submit this application, and we're hugely excited to get Ratty's Refuge back up and running for the local community.
Thank you. Members, comments and questions? Councillor Giles? And then
Yeah,
Councillor
thank
Heritage.
I was just looking at your financials, and there's obviously a deficit of about £500,000 each year. And you obviously mentioned you'd come in to fix that. I know that's not what we're covering today, but you've got £4.5 million in investments. I'm just wondering how you're going to make sure you just don't run out of money but just keep claiming grants. I mean, what's the plan?
Yeah, so we have a published operating loss last year of £1 million. It will be a similar loss for this financial year, and that's due to a combination of the investments we've made in the building and the business, and also being closed for 9 months, so loss of income there. And the strategy we're publishing next month will show over the next 3 years how we get to that break-even position. So in round figures, we're forecasting a further loss of £500,000 in year 1, 250,000 in year 2, and then a break-even position or just above that in year 3. And it comes down to 5 areas, and I'll be brief. There's 4 income streams which we're looking at. So they're around admissions, retail, donations and events. And the 5th area is around cost control and making sure that we're as efficient as we can be in the business. One of the ways we've been efficient is through our energy usage. A museum is quite an energy hungry beast. And so recently, in part of the refurbishment, we've halved our energy consumption around all of our air conditioning units. And we're also in the process of having solar panels agreed and installed so we can further cut those costs. But really, the museum has to realise that it needs to stand on its own 2 feet. And ultimately, that is about bringing more people down to the museum and generating those sales through admissions. Fundraising will form a part of that, and donations, as it does for every museum and every charity. But we're anticipating that will only be around 20% of our total income. So the museum's slight change in strategy now will be that actually it's around the offer the museum has for the wider community as a way to really stand on its own 2 feet financially.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heritage?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just picking up on the internal consultation paragraph in the papers. And it suggests that officers are unable to comment on the detail of the project without seeing evidence of a planting plan or design. So this is what we're looking at here, I guess. I know we don't have an awful lot of time, but because there were suggestions about creating wildflower meadows, using options that were better value for money and so on, I just wondered if briefly you were able to just explain if you've addressed that, and can you just talk me around the diagram very quickly?
So,
my eyes aren't great.
So broadly, to the bottom of the diagram, that's the body of the museum, and the River Thames is off to what would be the left, and then the floodplains and the meadows are off to what would be the top of the picture here. The pupils will enter from the right of the image there through a gate. There is a pathway which they will be directed along, which is a wooden pathway. So we're trying to use sustainable materials where we can. There's these sort of see the 2 squares together. The first part they'll get to will be the first outdoor classroom area, if you like. So we will have the items there for children to use. They then move on to another decking area, which leads them towards the pond, and obviously then the sort of safety area. They can be next to the pond and go through the lessons there as such. In terms of the planting, we have gone back finger-cheating about wildflowers and the balance of turf versus wildflowers. So we're re-looking at that. We will increase the number of wildflowers that are being used. Turf is important in that because it gives us another area to teach and another area to enjoy. But we've taken the feedback on board and we're re-looking at the planting plan.
And are you looking at native planting, wildlife pond?
Yes, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. And another reason why this refuge is so important is Ratty from Windmill Willows actually was a water vole. And so the original concept of Ratty's Refuge was about reintroduction of water vole and water vole habitat. So we'll be both trying to affect that, but also telling the story of that to the children that use it.
And that's great. I just didn't have the detail to address. Thank you.
Councillor Robb?
Thank you, Steve. Very quick one. How many children can you get into the learning area at one time?
Well, our normal classrooms are around 25. Our classes that attend are around 25. Yeah. So we think we'll be able to comfortably fit 25.
So you can have 25 kids pond dipping. Well, they wouldn't be pond, but
in and around the area, really. So yes.
And when we're talking about turf, are we talking about astroturf or grass?
No, grass.
Good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks. It's worth checking.
Yeah.
Councillor Golden Craig?
One of the it's a question to do with the maintenance going forward, because that was obviously a previous issue, and I see that you either have or are planning to engage with various volunteer groups, etc., etc. Is that in place, or is that still a wish?
So Sonning Common Green Gym currently work with us, so they've been helping with the maintenance of the outdoor area of the museum facilities. We've also recruited a volunteer coordinator, and part of their remit is volunteers to help maintain the refuge. So yes, that's been interested in.
Thank you.
The chair just has one comment, which is obviously this is public money, so we would very much like you to supply us with some feedback in terms of photos that we can use for local residents, just to show actually this is what your money's been spent on and this is for your benefit as a community. And it's a point I should have made to both the previous two applicants actually, but if that could be passed on. But yes, if we can just make certain that whatever money is decided eventually to be awarded, if you can feedback, with all the GDPR compliances in place, that actually this is what we're doing with for our residents, that would be great. Thank you.
Very happy to.
Right. If there's nothing else, are committee members happy to note this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We now move on to South Morton Parish Council, and I believe Lucy Dolby is joining us virtually to present.
Hello,
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't have a presentation. I just registered to speak in case you had any questions.
Okay. Is there any points officers want to mention if there's no presentation? Is that the picture? Right. Okay.
Those are pictures that are provided in the application form.
Yeah. So we've got the pictures provided on screen.
Thank you.
So if there's no particular presentation, Lucy, we'll move straight on to councillor comments and questions. Are there any comments or questions from members?
This is just about replacing specific playground equipment that's fallen into disrepair. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. And I think improving what was there.
Could you talk us through with the photos, if it's possible, so we can see what's gone into disrepair and what's going to be put there instead?
I believe that sorry, you just went past it. The swing, that one. I mean, the issue is that the wood rots over time, so that I believe has actually been now removed because it was declared dangerous in the ROSPA report. But I think they're also putting in some flatbed swings. And I'm sorry to sound very vague, but unfortunately the previous clerk has resigned and I'm just locoming at the moment. But yeah, I know the issue has been that the previous play equipment's been in place for a number of years. And as with much wooden play equipment, eventually the supports rot through, so they're not safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon-Creed.
Hi, Lucy. I know this is probably a challenging issue if you've not been in. Have you been involved with the process?
I was earlier on. I was previously the clerk, so I was involved in the early stages of the refurb of the recreation grounds. So I will do my best to answer questions.
Well, it was two issues. One is addressing what Councillor Rob has been bringing up to do with playgrounds that actually think about girls as well as boys, and also the biodiversity net gain issue, because it looks like there's a lot of potential for a bit more planting and things there, and that hasn't really been addressed that well in the application.
Right. So yeah, I mean these I know I'm very, very familiar with the I can't remember now what it's called, the Let Girls Play scheme. And these basket swings are one of the things that they certainly recommend, because it allows girls to, do it together, have a chat whilst they're doing it. Admittedly, most of the playground is aimed at younger children at the moment, but this has been a very gradual process. It's a small parish council with a limited budget. They have completely redone how they look after the recreation ground. Areas are now left during the summer not, you know, it's not kept as a bowling green. Areas are left to grow. They've planted numerous trees. They've recently bought a load of wildflower seed that's going to be planted. And, you know, it is just a gradual process, improving things as they can afford it and going along.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members? Councillor MacDonald?
I just wanted to say, I know lots of people have said about planting trees to increase biodiversity. I'm just wondering whether there's something in place to make sure that these trees do grow. I know as our town council has planted trees and then they just die because they're not looked after. So I would just emphasise the fact that with all these trees planted, please look after them.
Oh, no, there is there is absolutely a rota in place to water the trees, because yeah, I've experienced that as a parish clerk before as well. Yeah, they need looking after, although obviously we've had quite a lot of rain this winter, but no, they are being monitored.
Thank you. Councillor Giles?
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the document, there's about 200 or so children you estimate could potentially use this facility. How many actually do you think will, based on the plans you put forward?
That I don't honestly know. I mean, I'm very aware, because the playground is situated behind the school, that it's a popular, you know, run around straight after school. An awful lot of the school do that, and I believe there are over 100 pupils there. And the whole thing about refurbishing the playground is that it was completely underused 3 or 4 years ago. And when the community did a community-led plan, it was one of the things that came out that, you know, people really wanted to use the space, but it needed to be more usable. Hence the fact they've put the path in and all the other things. And I'm led to believe that the use of the playground has definitely been increasing.
Right. Any other comments? I don't know if you heard the end of the previous presentation, but again, we would like, if you're lucky enough to be awarded funding, feedback, some pictures, and so that we can actually go back to residents and say, this is actually what your money is paying for, please.
Absolutely, of course.
Chair, it might be worth pointing out that that's actually part of our monitoring process.
Right.
So
Okay.
we do ask for feedback on photos and videos and anything that anyone's willing to share. So
yeah. Right. Thank you, Lucy. Cheers.
Thank you.
The fifth. Yes, we're happy to note the application. Thank you. Thank you, Darius. Item number 5 on the speakers list is Kidmore End and Sonning Common Parochial Church Council. The project is the roof replacement and energy efficiency measures. And we have Nick Root. Hello, Nick.
Good morning to you all. Morning. Thank you, Jan. I don't have a presentation, but I've got a statement which will address some of the issues that you raised in the application. Thank you, first of all, for considering it. I'm the church warden and treasurer of the parish of Kidmore End and Sonning Common. I'm also parish councillor with Kidmore End Parish Council. And the district councillor suggested we take this route in trying to find some money for our project. But we'd also found this actually on our research for funding for this project. This project is to replace the roof and insulate the roof and put up some photovoltaic panels. Many patched areas of the roof have been performed in the past, but they're still leaking badly in some places. The project has been overseen by Jessup and Cook Architects, who are the church architects up in Oxford, and it's all been done in reference to the Diocese of Oxford as well. At least 2 phases of this project were envisaged. Roof replacement and a new entrance with some PV panels and battery is first part of the project, and then the car park improvements and gardening to include wildlife corridors is very much the second part. General improvements to the elevations, though, also include running repairs to the cladding and so on to bring that up to scratch. We have taken energy efficiencies very seriously in this new scheme, and we've taken advantage of the diocesan subsidy to identify areas of improvement with an independent energy audit. We also need to improve disability access which has been picked up in recent architects' reports on the building. And the first phase gets priority though and is in line with 2030 climate change commitments. We want to revitalise our tired church hall as well, which is an integral part of the building. This has recently been included in the Sonning Common Parish Council plan as a refuge in times of emergencies. A community facility is important. It helps us provide income, obviously, for our church, but at the same time gives the possibility for residents to enjoy the facilities. And one of the points which we've been addressing in this application is whether we're inclusive enough. And I'm stating that we are. We definitely we haven't had any problems over 60 years in terms of inclusivity. And I want to make a point that that the church has no bounds in terms of who will be let into the building. The only thing we say, of course, is in the hiring agreements for the church hall itself that certain respect is given. And adults hire and parties are forbidden and that sort of thing. Council know Sonning Common is a big village and getting bigger. It is a home to many diverse folk with different socio-economic backgrounds. Money for us has been a constraint in the past, and in fact this has put the brakes on any sort of definitive climate action. But more than 2/3 of our income is now sent to the diocese to pay for our parish priest, which is a tough call for a rural parish. A large legacy, though, in 2023 has put us in a much better position as far as this project is concerned. And whilst the roof is important, there are other measures we need to take into account, which is why we've put in an application for some funding from yourselves. We need to hold back some of this money we've had for other projects around the place. We have been in consultation with the public. We've received their feedback and put those comments into the report. We're about to go to planning, and the architects are working on that list any day now. We're using every opportunity to publicise the plans in the church magazine, in the Sonning Common magazine, on our website. And we're also carrying out our own fundraising with a focus on the early summer months with flower and music festivals in the church buildings. The Gantt chart which I have does show the timescales, and we're looking that we would like this project completed before the winter,
remaining.
because of the climate in the winter. I also have some plans with me, but you've got these on the screen, and the draft quinquennial report, if that's of any interest, hasn't been finalised yet, but there's a lot of information in there around little bits and pieces we need to repair the building. Thank you very much. I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you. I'll start if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
You'll note officers did note as part of the application there was an issue around other faith groups renting the space, but I think in the report we said no, it's just an issue of making certain that whoever rents the space shows due respect. Could you please just elaborate on that a little bit for us?
Well, it's just that when we hire the hall out and when people come into the building, we'd expect them to treat the building with respect. We welcome anybody into the building as long as they don't damage the facilities and they look after the place. And in our hires agreement, we've put stipulations around, who can hire and what activities can be carried out in the building.
But yeah, but it's open to everybody, subject to treating it with the due respect as anybody would.
I hope I've stated that in the right way, but yes.
Right, thank you.
All right.
Councillor Heritage?
Yes.
I would just like to ask, it states in the report that there are no quotations for the project, but a quantity surveyor report. Now I'm someone who's had to deal with problems with a roof on a commercial building myself, and I'm aware of the horrors that can lie underneath, if you like. And I'm curious to know why there are no quotations at this stage.
Because we've got a quantity surveyor's report, we will go out to quotation, having got the planning permission in place. We are very aware that when you take the roof off the building, there may well be other horrors inside, as you referred to. We have noticed various leaking places, and clearly they are a matter for inspection. And we have some contingency to pay for extra work if that's necessary. The idea is to insulate the under of the roof. So we have a new roof with insulation, properly bound at all corners of the building. And we've put photovoltaic solar panels on that.
You're confident that financially there's enough of a buffer zone, if you like? Because
Well,
I'm always nervous if there are no
Yeah.
quotations on a project.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, we will go to quotation
Yeah.
and we can provide those quotations to yourselves because they're elsewhere in the report. But yes, we're following the process at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arlott?
Yeah, just going on what the previous speaker, you mentioned lots of other items in your presentation. I take it they're not included in the £253,000.
No, the roof and the insulation and the panels are included. And also any binding to the roof, to the building and so on. But other than that, yes, there are further projects which are phase 2 of the scheme.
So leading on to that, all the other items you've mentioned, have you got any quotations for those? Because I noticed you've got £500,000 in the bank.
Yeah. Well, we do have ideas to do phase 2 and phase 3, but there aren't any quotations yet because we're concentrating on getting the roof done, which is the priority.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Giles?
Yeah, thank you. Just firstly, so I'm on the district councils covering the area, so just making that clear to everybody. It says here there's an energy audit that was commissioned for late November. Do you have the results of that, and what do you have any comments to add about that?
Yes, it very much dovetails with what we knew about the building before. So it suggests various ways in which the energy efficiency of the building could be improved, including lighting, heating. We use a gas boiler at the moment, but maybe a heat pump will be put in. So we need to scale all that out in due course.
And just supplementary, if I may. You got a 2, I think, out of 6 for it's called here climate. Do you think that has potential to go up based on what you've seen?
Yes, and when we've done the car park with hopefully some electric vehicle chargers, we'll put the cabling in to do that. So the ecological benefits of the building will be improved.
Thank you.
And I make a point about the scoring system with climate, just so that the panel are clear, because it can be quite confusing for everyone. So the action on climate emergency is actually focused on what the organisation is doing generally in terms of climate, not about the project itself. When the organisations choose which theme they would like to be scored under, then they can choose action on climate emergency, which your organisation did do. So it's just to make the distinction between the two. Sometimes it might look like the score is lower because it's talking about the general climate commitment to the organisation.
The report was carried out by Inspired Efficiency. They gave a very good and thorough report of the building. Both buildings actually in the parish, but this one in particular. And we're confident we're going to implement those changes we need to and bring this building up to scratch.
Thank you. Councillor Gregory?
Yeah, I was just wondering if appropriate, whether officers could comment regarding the audit, the access audit, which highlighted, I know that you've already addressed this, but I was just wondering why officers thought that they would not be in favour of other faith groups hiring a venue. I was just wondering if that was something that can be elaborated on at all.
I think that it was highlighted within the access audit. That's my understanding. So that was why the question was put back to the applicant.
So it might have been taken like that though, because we've had no issues on this for the past 60 years and we don't intend to. So the building's open to all, apart from obviously respect for the property.
Thank you for giving that reassurance.
Does that answer your?
Yeah, I was just wondering where it came from initially. Obviously, you said that it's in the access audit, but I was just wondering, presumably that was based on some kind of evidence. So I was wondering if there was any.
Been the information that was included within the access audit, which was indicating.
I've got a copy.
Have you got a copy? Thank you.
Yes. And part of it was, are there to be any restrictions on who can use or book the facility? And the response is we would not be in favour of other faith groups renting the space. So that's
Okay, that's quite clear then, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm sorry, that seems to be a mistake because we are clear that we don't. In fact, we have ecumenical activities in the building. So
So the initial response, there appears to be an error in that initial response.
it would appear so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To clarify.
Any other questions, comments? Are members happy to note the report? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We will now move on to item 6, which is Chinnor Village Centre. And I believe Mick Moore is representing this one.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can indeed, Mick. Thank you. If you would like this, the project is keeping the lights on and upgrading to LED lights. So please.
You should have four. You should have 4 PowerPoint slides.
Right. We will just find those. We've got them on the screen now.
Okay, so Chinnor Village Centre. I'm a trustee and the chair. You can see there an image of our building which faces the High Street in Chinnor. When we made the application to Capital Grant, it was twofold. Initially, it included repairs to an access ramp, which we quickly established wasn't in scope of the grant itself. Just wanted to let the committee know that we've secured funding for that through the councillor grant, so that work will now go ahead. And the application now is retitled and just referring to keeping the lights on and upgrading to LED, which obviously supports the action on the climate emergency. And I just wanted to be clear that this is the only live application we have with anyone at the moment to support the cost of this project. Second slide, please. Just a bit of background. We're a not-for-profit charity which was created in the early 90s. Our constitution is very simple, very focused, has 3 key objects. Set up primarily in the interests of, can you go back? Set up to be, second slide, set up to concentrate on social welfare, but also to secure the establishments of the establishment of community centre, which was the building, the image that I showed you, and to provide daycare facilities, day centre facilities, primarily for the elderly. We position ourselves at the heart of the community, all inclusive, open to all. As I say, we're mainly supporting the elderly, seeking to reduce any kind of risk there is in isolation and loneliness. We run several clubs covering dementia, Parkinson's, stroke sufferers. And in a nutshell, what happens at the Chinnor Village Centre is those daycare services. We operate a coffee shop. We have several meeting rooms, which can be anything from U3A to the local lace makers. And we run a minibus for community use. Next slide, please. As we came out of COVID lockdown and into 2022, our financial position, I would have to say, was extremely weak, and there was growing evidence that there would be continued increase in energy costs, costs of living. Our staff costs were increasing. We had to look at all ways of reducing our costs, and in the context of sustainability and climate change, wanted to concentrate on areas which could prove to be sustainable. We had 3 main areas. One, to install a solar PV system. Extremely fortuitous for us. In 22-23, we managed to promote ourselves via BBC News. This was picked up by the PA of a solar PV installer. The MD met me and they donated and installed that solar PV system
You have 1 minute remaining.
in April 23. The second one was to upgrade all our internal and external lighting to LED. Obviously, as things have failed, we've done that. And in one of our meeting rooms, because of the nature of the use of those meeting rooms, we had to convert to LED for better lighting. We've already spent £1,500 in this area. We have a much bigger project where we've done small things so far, but it's not yet fully funded. The main one being to move gas appliances to electric. So what remains of our application is keeping the lights on, upgrade to LED. The lowest quote we had was for just over £4,000. This would change everything outside to the exterior and the internal parts of the building. Whatever we were able to get in terms of financial support through the capital grant, we would match it to get the work done. And the last slide just shows the difference between what it was like before and what it's like now.
Right. Thank you very much. Questions and comments from councillors, please. Councillor Rob.
I'm gathering that this is a retrospective application for funds because, well, hang on, has it been done yet or not? Because the slide
No,
shows
it hasn't.
the before and after. So the after on the slide is a computer generated image to indicate what it would look like when it's finished.
No.
Yeah, so as I said, we've already spent £1,500 where things have failed.
Okay. So this is to complete the whole job.
This is to complete the whole job, and it's just to try and give you an example of what it looks like in the old form and what it looks like in the new.
Thank you. I've just got one quick one. Yep. Oh, Councillor Arlett, you're going to ask it. I'll let Ken ask it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Arlett.
It's a simple question. Why do you need £146,000 in the bank for? What is that money there for?
When we came out of lockdown, as I said, our financial position was extremely weak. Our access to cash was around £90,000. We'd had to liquidate the investments that we had. Everything is now contained within our current account. Our expenditure per month is about £18,000. So it doesn't give us that many months coverage. In fact, I feel like I'm on a knife edge most days. And the restricted funds that we had at the end of March 23 totaled £25,000. So, you know, when I look at that 146, I've already got 25 in funds, and that's what I'm operating on with no further investments.
Let's come back on that. Yeah. So if your outgoings are 18k a month, what's your income?
We tend in 22-23 because of the way that we went to the public for financial support. At the end of March 23, we actually had a surplus of around £25,000. But most years, and certainly through lockdown, we operated at a deficit, and most years we have a very small surplus.
I'm going to come back again.
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, your outgoings are £18,000 a month. Where does your income come to cover that?
In 22-23, it was about 20 per month.
That's not answering my question. Where is your income coming from to cover £18,000 a month?
Primarily, it comes from the coffee shop. We have attendance fees for all the daycare services we run. We make use of the minibus, and we have meeting room hire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Giles.
Yeah, just very briefly. You talked about kitchen appliances and go from gas to electric. That's not part of this bid, is it?
No. This is purely to do with the lights.
Councillor Gordon Craig.
This is just to speak in support of the village centre as a really essential community hub for the elderly in Chinner. It is the only space for gatherings to do with the elderly. It's the volunteer level is extremely high. The attendance level is consistent, and it's
a very good point, but it's
not
something for this afternoon, I believe.
Yeah.
Anything else? Are councillors happy to note this? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, we now move on to the Parochial Church Council for North Morton. And this is regarding the safe and more efficient use of the village hall. And I'm guessing you're Joe Nicholas?
I am.
Hello, Joe.
Slightly regretting not providing with lovely pictures. If I may, I will start with just a very brief overview of what our project is. Our village hall is a traditional timber building. It was previously a former field hospital, and it moved to the site in 1930s. Very traditional hall, wooden floor and traditional stage. And the key aspects of this project, which come about after we've undertaken energy audits and a full structural survey of the hall, are to provide a flat floor throughout. So currently we have the raised stage, and our storage is all either off the stage or it's down difficult steps. So what we want to provide is provide a level floor so that our storage improves, and we can then make the usable space bigger and the space far more accessible to everybody as well. So it becomes safer and more accessible. Obviously, there's a safety aspect to this. To store anything just now, we have to move it up to the stage or down the steps. So there's the safety elements of that, safe working practices that we're trying to address. And we're also within the project trying to tackle some of the first and key issues that came up in our energy audit, which is we're including replacement windows and doors. Our front door, I think you had a picture of our front door there, but the front door actually will become a wider, more accessible door. So that's 2 narrow doors at the moment. And those are double glazed units as well that are going in. This is what I see as the first stage of improvements to our hall. And later on, I hope to be able to address some of the other insulation issues and improve the toilets as well in the rear of the hall. That's our front door there. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. So if you have questions.
Thank you. Questions and comments from members? Councillor Rob?
It looks lovely and historic. It's not listed though, is it?
It's not listed, no. We are in a conservation area. It's just on the edge of that. But no, it's not listed.
So will you require planning permission for these things?
No, we've investigated this, and we're going to put in an application for permitted development. Is that the right term? To replace buildings and buildings. Although our investigations have confirmed that that isn't required as part of the conservation area rules and regulations. So we've done some investigations, but not planning now.
Thank you. And I suppose you can guess my next question, which is given it's in a conservation area and it's a very lovely looking historic building, will you be replacing these windows with sensitive?
Yes, absolutely. The prices that we've had for windows and doors are replacing like for like in terms of look. The only one that looks different will be the front door, because you see we've got 2 narrow doors and everybody who goes into that hall carries a box or a bag or something, and you literally can't get through that door without being both doors. So it just makes it easier to use.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions from members? Councillor McDonald?
Just what's the time frame for the improvements for the windows and doors?
Yes, so we're hoping to do the work this summer. We have the hall is well used actually, and we have a gardening qualification that gets taught in the hall every week during term time. So we have a window opportunity in the summer where the usage is a bit less. And things like the WI don't meet in summer, and some of the sewing groups don't meet in summer. So we've got that window there. We have our prices all in place. We're in contact with, well, we've had 3 prices from builders, and we're in contact them about availability. So summer is our gap.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members? No? Are members happy to note that? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Item 8 is from Berensfield Parish Council about a new high pedestal slide. I don't believe there is somebody from Berensfield, but officers will.
If I might, Chair. their next two items don't have any registered speakers, so I would suggest this would come back to them at the end where members can ask officers questions.
Yeah. Absolutely. So item 10 is the South Stoke Community Shop. And just to let members know, we will be taking a 15-minute break after this session to the various pop-ups of nicotine and caffeine and whatever else people want. So is it Andrew and Jeff or Andrew and Andrew?
Andrew and Andrew.
Andrew and Andrew. Right.
Great, lovely. Thanks very much indeed. So what I'd like to do here is just focus the next 5 minutes just talking through the specific areas where we didn't quite get the scoring, and we'd like to just expand on those. Thank you. So in terms, and what I would say initially, first of all, though, is that the village hall is the community shop is very well supported community asset within South Stoke, and I think it's gone forward a slide there. Thanks. And I think that we've demonstrated within the application almost to the point, but I think the key asset, the key point we wanted to get across is what it can bring to the community. So the actual way that the shop operates at the moment is that we're operating from an old converted shipping container, which we've been in business for 10 years now. But by upgrading to the new building, actually, we'll be able to offer community hub space through the cafe services that we've got. We'll be able to incorporate that into a warm space. We'll be looking to hold a couple of community events every month. One, for example, like the Saturday Big Breakfast that we're planning to do. We'd like to try and encourage youth football to return to the park in South Stoke. There used to be football pitches there. Once we've got a better facility like this, that should actually bring some of that back as well. Could you go to the next slide? Yes, thank you. So action on climate emergency. Again, we scored 3 out of 6 in this area. So key areas here is, although it's a relatively small project in the big scheme of things, we have assessed it against the BREEAM scheme, and we have can you go back again, thanks. It's all auto roll. And yeah, we do everything we can to try and minimise the carbon footprint here. So when you take into consideration some of the basic assets about the positioning of the shop, so it'll be west facing, so we can maximise the sun through the glass bunches along the front. Also, we'll be able to maximise any solar potential as a result of that as well. And we have got A+ on the Green Guide through the accreditation as well. And Andrew will probably talk a little bit at the end of this piece, hopefully take questions on some of the building pieces. So low carbon and sustainability is a very key thing for us. One of the other applications we have in for funding is for electric vehicle charging as well. So ground heat source pumps, solar and EV charging are part of the project. The current building is not very energy efficient. We envisage that the new one would be very energy efficient. Go to the next one. Thank you. And then in terms of the financial sustainability, I mean, this is a fairly big one for us to get the right point across here. So we see this as a project in 2 phases. The first phase is to get us to a watertight shell, which we are looking at a 150k expenditure to get us to that point. Now, breaking that down into its constituent parts, point 1 is the grant funding application, which we're talking to you about today. The parish council has already confirmed, and Andrew is on the parish council, has already confirmed a £30,000 contribution to this. The shop reserves, we have built up £10,000 to contribute. The shop is a profitable organisation. Our EBITDA to 12 months to date is just over £6,000. Then
yeah, 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that leaves the gap, including contingency, of circa 35,000. So from that, I can confirm that through advertising through the village and appealing for contributions, we've already raised pledges of £10,000 towards that £35,000 gap. The other areas quickly I'll just mention. So the EV I mentioned, we've also got applications in with the Rural England Prosperity Fund. The latest SIL application, we were putting an expression of interest in for that. And we're also a member of the Plunkett Society. So there's lots of funding applications that are going in for that as well. So we are fully committed to this, and we do believe we have a very robust plan. If there's any time for one more slide, I'll quickly go there. Could you go on actually to a couple more?
That's it.
That's my time up. Okay, all right. Thank you. So thank you very much. Try to get as much as I could in there. So look, we're happy to take questions now.
Okay. So I think I saw on there that the shell is 150k and the fit out is 175k. So obviously you need both of those to be complete in order to actually get the shop open again. Could you just could you elaborate more on the fundraising schemes for the project? Because obviously there's still a gap, because I think the overall project cost is 392k. So there's still quite a funding gap there between what you've got committed and where you need to be.
I think there's two parts to that. Could we put the fund for slide back up? So we recognise this is a large project for a relatively small parish, and so what by looking at it, because what we have an existing shop which is sustainable. What we need to do is to provide additional services as part of that, which is where this new building comes from. But you know, we can't go away from that. It's a significant expenditure. So what we've looked at is breaking the project into two parts. So the first part to provide the watertight shell, which we the original application was for 392,000 because we had two quotes for the work, of which 392 was the more robust. Since then, we have sourced other quotations from other contractors. So we're starting to head in the right direction. And you can see here that we've got one. And these are estimates, because until we get funding, but obviously we can't commit to contractors. But we've got one at 286 and one at 321. So we've made the assessment that we should now be seeking to get to a target of £325,000, which is broken between the two parts. In terms of getting to a watertight shell, we think that is something that we need a single contractor to drive for us. And that's why we are focused on the first element of the funding there. And we think we can deliver that, you know, within this financial year associated with that. In the second part, Andrew's mentioned that we've made other applications for funding, and he's listed some of those. We also see this as a significant community. The shop is a community facility, and we see this as a community project. So not only are we looking for people to assist us financially within the village, but we're also looking to the skills that we have within the village. So our second phase. So for example, we already have a commitment to do the electrics within the building. We obviously have to provide the materials for that, but we have that commitment to do that. So by breaking it into two phases, we can bring this project forward and then utilise the time to carry on with the funding in terms of the second phase, but also then marshal the assets that we have within the people in the village in order to start to bring some of these elements forward. So you know, this is our summary of what it would cost if we go to third parties for everything, but we see this as much as a community project, the second phase, as we do as a financial fundraising project.
Okay. I'm not sure I fully understand the answer on that one, which is there is, as far as I can see at the moment, there's a gap.
Yes.
Actually, how do you close the gap between where you are now in terms of the original position and what you need to actually complete the project?
The gap for phase one, which is the watertight shell, is £35,000, of which we have, as I said here, we've embarked on requests for support from within the village, people within the village, and we have already raised £10,000 to help fill that £35,000 gap. And then so we want to bring forward the watertight shell to do that. So we see that we are £25,000 short of being able to instruct the watertight shell. That then gives us a period of time to continue on with the applications for additional funding for phase two.
which comes in two parts. One is financial contribution and the other is technical skills from within the village. So there was an example of a solar panel installer offering to do the work for free on a previous application. And it's that kind of approach that we're looking for phase two.
Councillor Gordon Creed and then Councillor Heritage.
So the project, the completion is meant to be within 6 months, starting in May. And at the moment you have if we're talking, you're talking £20,000 short of the watertight initial chunk, phase one. Do you have someone who is able and willing to start in May, and do you have a commitment with that? Have you been able to go and get that guarantee of somebody who's actually going to show up and begin the project, even though you're not quite there financially and you haven't received the funding?
You're in a sort of dynamic cycle because we can't obtain commitments for a contract until we have the funding in place. So we've got to start somewhere.
But have you begun? Have you at least
100%? So we've had four budget quotes for the buildings from 4 separate contracting organisations.
Yeah.
One was for a prefabricated building, which turned out to be a more expensive way of procuring projects. So we put that to one side, and we've got those 3 budget quotes from local contractors who are already willing and able to take on this contract during the phase one contract and during this financial this year effectively. But we don't want to mess people about. So we need to say that we have got adequate funds for that phase one contract, at which point we will go back to at least those 3 people for a formal quotation to get a fixed price under a proper contract in order to deliver that process. But they have all indicated that they have capacity within this summer period in order to deliver the project.
Thank you.
Councillor Heritage and then Councillor Giles.
I think a lot of my questions are probably being answered as we go along, and I think it's probably similar to yourself, Councillor Morgan, that I was just a little bit confused that we're looking at, in front of me is an entire project cost, not phase one. It's an entire project cost, and I was just a little bit nervous that it seemed, phase two was dependent on phase one, and I could just see too many gaps. I'm actually going to refrain from asking a specific question at this stage because I think some of my questions are being answered along the way, but I still have some nerves about those gaps because we are looking at the entire project. We're not looking at it as phase one. We're looking at it as a £400,000 project. So I think if
I could just address that question. As I said, this is a big project at Southstoke. It is a big project at Southstoke, and we recognise that. The reason why we're looking at it in 2 phases is we think we have some skills for second phase effectively, but we need to obtain the watertight shell, and we've defined that so that it is a building that stands the test of time in terms of that. So in order to, and a lot of this is once you start the process, then people get confidence, and it's very difficult for all of us. We as a parish council, looking at this crikey, this is a massive project that we've got to do, but we've got a shop that is intrinsic to the community within in our village, and it's in a container which is about to fall over. It's on a 5-year rolling planning. We need to do something about it. So we're absolutely committed to making this happen as a function of that, and this is our way of breaking down the project in order to then continue. So when we come to another funding process, we can say we have started this project. Since we have got a planning consent for this project, we have done a full BREEAM assessment, so we know what we're trying to achieve. Since our application, we've appointed an architect and an engineer in order to value engineer our building to make sure that we're doing it as efficiently as possible. So we're continually driving that process, and now we're in a position where we need to get that phase one physical element moving. And if we can do that, then we can show purpose. And some of those additional works within the 175, we will be able to do ourselves. And some of it we will be able to raise. But when we sit in front of a panel like this, we can show a picture of what we actually have done and how far we have got. So we can deliver this for our village before our poor old container, ends up completely soaked and
not available to deliver. So
I can certainly see the value. Thank you. It was really just the kind of unidentified funding that was making me nervous.
Thank you. Councillor Giles?
Yeah, thank you. I just got a couple of things, and I'll start with the same theme, to be honest. I mean, no one's doubting, why you want to do this project and, what you think you'll get out of it. But just with the financials, what happens if you create this watertight shell and you don't get any other funding? Is that just a white elephant with public funds wasted?
no, because if you take the watertight shell, then we have an existing shop or existing shop facilities. And so we have all the shelving, we have the fridges, we have the freezers, and so we can utilise what we have within that watertight shell. So fundamentally, we'd be talking about as a minimum providing the heating. We have a cooling system which we can transfer, but it wouldn't be as efficient as we'd like it to be. And we have all the fixtures and fittings that we could put into this new facility. So if we get to the watertight shell, we could have an interim position. We don't want to do that. Our driver here is to deliver a really, really good facility which will have longevity for the village. But we have a series of sort of backup options that we can deliver for that process. So I would just urge, it is big, it is complex, but we've got to start somewhere. And that's why we're here today, to try and get that support to make that first leap.
And just to follow up, if I could, the other Andy said that you were doing everything. I think the quote was everything you could to reduce carbon emissions or to be sustainable. Just on the word everything, are you using natural building materials on this building?
Well, I'll let you answer that one.
So in terms of the way we approach the building, it's a commercial building. As part of the planning process, there is an obligation on the planning process to do a BREEAM assessment, which is the institutional approach to commercial building assessing commercial building. This is a tiny building in relation to that, but we have done that assessment and we've identified in there as many of the things that we can do in order to make this a building of this nature as sustainable as possible. And I think we have shared that document with you. And as Andrew said, we have committed to the A+ rating in the Green Guide process. So as part of that, so in terms of our materials, yes, we will be delivering sustainable materials. We will, we are a local community shop which provides long-term sustainability to stop people getting in their cars effectively and travelling elsewhere in order to get those facilities.
I'd probably add is also that we'll, as much as physically possible, we'll stock local products. So the actual food miles is reduced as well.
Okay.
So the question was materials, I think, and if we're happy to share, if we haven't already shared the BREEAM assessment we've done, which will give you absolute detail of what we have committed to in terms of the delivery of the built product, both in terms of materials and the way we heat that space. So if the officers could share that with you.
I'm conscious this one is going on a bit, but I've got Councillor Gordon Creed, Councillor Rob, and then I've got one thing, but if you could be as brief as possible, that would be grateful.
Mine's a very simple question. Thank you, Chair. Will the shop continue to function and earn money while this is happening?
Yes,
that was it. Okay.
Thank you. Was it
Councillor Rob.
Councillor Rob?
Just wonder if you've got an update on the Shared Prosperity Fund application for 200,000. Have you heard anything on that? When do you expect to hear?
I did query that one a couple of weeks ago as to whether the REPF.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm awaiting an update on that one. So
I
I
don't have a sense of when you might hear back.
no, I did ask that question prior to coming to the meeting. I think week before last, but no, haven't got an update as yet.
Thank you.
Hopefully these are two very quick answers, and this will be the last one, I think. Sorry, Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, what concerns me that you're going to have a watertight building on somebody else's land, but at the moment you've got a month-by-month basis rolling, and you're suggesting that you're going to get a 15-year lease on this land. So after 15 years, and the owner of the land says, "I'm not prepared to give you another lease," where do you propose to go?
The recreation ground is controlled by an amenities charity, which covers the village hall and the recreation ground, and so it is in joint control between the parish council and the amenities charity. who has specific funding, specific charity objectives, which is to support the local community. So it is not a third party ownership associated with that, which is why there is a peppercorn rent on the land that's provided for the existing village shop associated with this facility going forward. So it is not outside the parish council and the South State Amenities and Recreation Group charity control.
So will they, or why won't they give you a long lease on the building then, or on the land?
We are waiting to deliver the shop and take legal advice as to the right way to deliver the lease, because we've got an existing lease which is holding over at the moment. So yes, there is no constraint associated with a longer term lease, but we were asked the question, and therefore we got absolute commitment in the short term from Parish Council and Amenities Charity to agree to a minimum of 15 units. But if that was a sticking point, as I said, it is community land, so we'd be happy to look.
And are you saying that's minutes, sorry, Chairman, are you saying that's minuted at a council meeting?
Yeah, you've had a written confirmation signed by both the Amenities Charity and the Parish Council.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, that answers one of the points I was going to ask as well. Thank you. Councillor Roberts, that was your.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only other thing is about the funding of the ongoing maintenance of the building. If you could just give me a sort of couple of.
So we have a projected business plan, which includes the costs and revenue associated with the shop going forward. Over the last 10 years, the shop has slowly built itself into a marginal surplus, which has enabled it over the years to continue its maintenance. In terms of adding the facility of the community, the cafe, that will deliver an adequate return effectively to maintain the building long term. I think we've shared that business plan with your officers.
Right. Are committee members happy to note the report? Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Right. It is now 11:02. We will take a break until 11:20.
Chair, what is the situation for applicants? Because we will go into closed session briefly.
We will now recommence the meeting, please. The next presentation is from Tetsworth Parish Council, and the project is play area surface replacement. And I can see Paul Carr on the screen. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You've now got your 5 minutes.
Thank you. There's no formal presentation to go with these comments, but as you can see from the attached photographs of the existing surface, it erodes fairly rapidly. It's a bark surface at the moment, and it may seem slightly strange in the sort of biodiversity environment that we're in at the moment to want to replace a natural surface with an artificial one. However, as you can see from some of these pictures in terms of the way that the surface is eroded, we're currently losing more bark than we can sustain over time. At the moment, the bark that we do replace is taking up about 5% of our annual precept. And if we were to manage to sustain the level that it's supposed to be at from a ROSPA point of view, it would need an extra 5% on our council tax contributions to do that. Whereas if we replace it with a durable, long-standing surface, that problem will go away, in addition to reducing the consumption of bark in the first place. This is the first project of 3 that we're looking at, but in order to get this one done, it's not a cheap thing to do. Here is an example of the sort of replacement surface that we're looking at. We don't want to consider the 3 phases of the project all in one go, because that will be prohibitively expensive. We've already allocated all of our disposable reserve outside of that that's sensible to keep, and those assigned to other projects to getting this project done to make sure that it happens. At the moment, in terms of the sort of biodiversity of the area, the patch itself is relatively small and doesn't have a great deal of availability for planting of trees and the like. The village green around it, however, does. It's fairly well surrounded at the moment, and the council's recently planted 2 trees to replace one diseased one just outside the fencing area of the park itself. One of the reasons for wanting to get this done also, if some of those original pictures demonstrated that some of the slide areas have a run out that's significantly further above the surface than we'd like. With the nature of the ground that we have, the sort of sculpting you see here in another application of the surface we're looking at is unable to be sculpted to fit those features. So whereas natural surface would erode back to being level, the artificial surface we're looking at putting in would allow us to sculpt it around the run out from those slides and increase the safety of the drop off from that equipment. Because it's a surface, some of the considerations that I've heard addressed at other contributions this morning don't fit well with the grant application that we've particularly put in. The play area equipment that we've already got in place isn't part of this project and isn't due to be replaced. But in terms of encouraging use by girls, we've already got open slides, we've already got some fairly large benches as part of the play surface equipment. They just don't feature in this particular application. I mentioned that this is phase 1 of our thoughts. The wooden fence you can see in this picture is both subject to damage, and because of the clay soil, it's also subject to bowing and buckling as the soil moves. The next stage would be to try to replace that. And we're stressing accessibility in terms of this particular project for the surface. As you can see, this doesn't lend itself particularly well for wheelchairs or buggies. But the fence itself has one small-ish gate access on one side and a stile as part of the wooden construction on the other. And that in the future we're looking to replace with 2 wider gates to increase the accessibility for both buggies and wheelchairs. I mentioned we've funded this as far as we're able to match funding that we're hoping to get from yourselves. And I know that we're in the variable award.
1 minute remaining
at the moment. We're looking therefore to hopefully minimise the amount that we're contributing in order to enable us to put it towards those future increases in accessibility that I mentioned. And that's pretty much all that I wish to say. So I'm open to any questions from the panel.
Thank you very much. So members, Councillor Heritage.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, Georgina.
Hi there. I support this project. It's it makes I know the area. It makes the playground safer and more accessible for lots of different users. You may have answered this question, but I can't find it in the notes. What's the lifespan of the surface, please?
The guaranteed lifespan is 5 years. What I don't have is any information of what maintenance is required after that to sustain it. I understand that it doesn't require replacement after 5 years, but what the level is for maintenance thereafter, I am unsure. It's one of those things that, well, hopefully the contractor will be able to tell us later, but some of the funds that obviously we don't have to spend, and I think we're budgeting, there's something like £1,700 a year at the moment for Bark, can be allocated to a reserve fund for that ongoing maintenance.
Thank you. That was the other question I just wanted to ask, like the actual cost of the ongoing maintenance with using the Bark surface, but you've answered that as far as you can. So thank you.
Yeah, no, in terms of that, I mean, our budget for doing that is £1,750 a year. I mentioned that's insufficient to maintain the level. Ideally, we'd be looking at between £3,000 and £4,000 a year to keep the Bark at the level that ROSPA require for runoff from the equipment, and we don't have that sort of funding at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That explains it. Thank you.
Councillor Giles.
Yeah, thanks. Just some brief clarification on the numbers. So first of all, you said you wanted match funding from us, but my understanding of the document is you want 25k from us, but you're putting in 35k. So I'm not sure. I don't understand the match funding point, first of all. And second of all,
that was my phrase rather than anything else. I mean, we're obviously looking for funding to complete the project. We've allocated that 31,000. A lot of that is there from our. All we have is still in section 137, in which I wish to spend for this. And so we've allocated all that we have in order to make sure that we can actually complete this project, depending on the grant that we get from yourselves. We can use our own funding beyond that, depending on the size of the grant that you may or may not see fit to award us.
And just finally, in terms of the numbers, so it costs 51k, you're putting in 35k, you've got another 7.5k, and it says you need 7,900, but you're asking for 25,000. So is the other money for the other stages, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I'm not sure quite where that's come from. It breaks down pretty much exactly as you've said. So we have that £7,600 from lottery funding. We have our 31,000, and that is where we stand. We have a reserve fund for upkeep of the equipment itself within our reserves that we can use to spend on this project if there's a shortfall in funding. But those are the only inputs that we have.
We'd just be clear what the request is. Could officers please confirm? Is the request 7,900?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I was just asking for clarification of the amount that is actually being requested.
24,995.
Right. Okay.
Yes, sorry, I heard that. That's correct. 24,999.
Okay, so I think I'm with Councillor Giles. I'm not quite sure I understand what the 25 is for, because the project cost is 51. You've got 35 plus other securing funding of 7, so that leaves a gap of about 8. Just wondering if the gap is 8,000, why 25 is being requested?
Officers. I was writing the questions.
Yeah, I'm a little confused myself there. So our 31 and the 25, give or take the pound that we're requesting, comes to 56. We have other funding available from the lottery. We'd ideally like to reduce the 31 that we put in order that we can carry that forwards to the future projects. If that isn't practical because we haven't got the funding from yourselves, then we can use it for this phase of the project instead.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members? No, are members happy to note this and move on? Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul.
Sorry, Chair. So very briefly, we've got a request from the last speaker because they have to leave at 12. And I was wondering, should we continue on, or do you think we should vary the order to put them?
If somebody has to leave, I'm quite happy to vary the order.
Okay, so the chair has agreed to vary order to take the shed quarters application next, 5 mil. Yeah.
You have 5 minutes, Clive.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I do apologise for having to ask for an earlier appointment, but I have other business to do. I'm speaking on behalf of Shed Quarters, as you've just heard. This is all about community need, social isolation and wellness. And obviously my presentation is in addition to the information already submitted to you. It's a totally oral submission. Since COVID in 2020, there has been a need in our community to address the problems of loneliness, an issue which you may think strange in a thriving community like ours in the far south of the district. We hear many times in the news of the general increasing problem of social isolation leading to mental illness, stress and depression. We need to improve wellness in our community. This project isn't necessarily about numbers, but a number of vulnerable people who need their lives to be enriched by finding a place to carry out their hobbies, repair furniture, relax, and also where they can make new friends and so improve their quality of life. They are not a specialist interest group. We have the support of our local Sonning Common Health Centre together with Age UK, and who will work closely with us to deliver the kind of therapy that we're able to offer. We also now have some volunteer instructors that have come forward willing to teach new skills to our members. This application is for an outside area, but I have to say that the shed itself is secured. We have a private building inspector appointed for the works. We have a 25-year lease agreed with the trustees of Peppard War Memorial Hall for the site at a peppercorn rent, and we will be on site by the end of March. So the timing of your grant, if we are successful, is well planned. We are aware of other embryo schemes, but not in our area, and they are, as we have found out, having problems finding suitable site and accommodation. Our site is quiet and safe, surrounded by trees on 3 sides, ideal in the spring, summer and autumn for gardening. We will be creating raised beds, etc. And the patio area that we are applying for will create an area where we can develop social well-being. We'll improve the environment by planting hedges for further privacy of the site. And this outside project will help to deliver such objectives and complement the overall project of the shed. The success of this application is desperately needed in order to purchase the equipment for the enhancement of the outside area to the shed. All the labour for doing the works on the outside area will be carried out by our own volunteer labour. I have to say, and it's a great thanks, all our local district councillors have shown financial support for the project, together with all the parish councils in the community at large that our current members come from. The concept of the shed does work. There are, for those who may not have heard about the shed, there are over 500 in the UK helping within their communities. There are none in our area. And we
1 minute remaining.
And we sincerely hope that this situation will change with your help. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Clive. I now invite questions from members. Councillor Gordon-Creek.
Hello, Clive. My only question is, have you taken on board the recommendations to do with an energy audit as well as to change the width of your ramp? Did you get the funding for it?
Oh yes, yeah, we've been fundraising for just over the year for the shed and everything associated with that. And I'm pleased to say that we have, at the last count, £56,000, which will be used to buy the shed. It's to outfit it and to do everything that you've just mentioned.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked, but that's good to hear.
Sorry,
my
say that
question
again.
my question was to do with the energy efficiency changes that ideally would be in place once the new hut is built, and also that the ramp, the accessible ramp, is to a 1.2 wide specification rather than a 1.1. Have you taken that on board?
Yes, the ramp will allow for that increased size, and the units that are going to be built are basically not exact. They're an upgrade of a container, but there will be two of them side by side, and I suppose we will be able to do an energy audit once we have them installed and arrange that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giles?
Yeah, thanks. I'm familiar with this because I think it was you, Clive, who presented to Solling Common Parish Council quite recently. Firstly, I think it'd be helpful for others, maybe if you could just clarify where you've got to with funding for the actual buildings. I know you're asking for separate money from Solling Common Parish Council for that, probably others. And just in terms of the numbers that you think will benefit, I'm just wondering how you got the number 50. Is that just the maximum capacity, or is that, what's the basis for that? Could it be higher potentially?
The reason for that's the sort of membership that we've got signed up for it at this moment in time. Due to it being a workshop, there will be limited space. We think that probably at every session. Excuse me. We think that at every session we'll be able to have space for 10 to 12 people. As I've said, the whole project is not really about. Sorry about that. The whole project is not really about great numbers. It's the quality of the people that we're getting to help. And as I say, 50 is what we have, the number we have signed up for at the moment. But I guess that once the operation is up and fully running, word will get around, and that increased number will surely increase. But we will be wanting to be careful about the numbers we take on initially, because we don't want people to be disappointed that they're going to have to only pitch up, say, once a fortnight because of numbers. We want to make it as accessible as possible, but safely for people to be working.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't answer my first question at all. I just wondered if you might be able to update the other councillors on where you've got to with the funding for the actual building.
Sorry, say that, where we?
So separately to this application, but it's inherently linked, is the actual shed quarters or the building. Please could you update us on where you've got to with the funding and the implementation of that?
Well, if I'm understanding your question, this application is for the outside area. and in order to we will have the money to share fund with whatever you may be able to help us with. The money we've already raised, we will ring fence a sum out of that money in order to share with you the cost of this outside area. Does that answer your question?
No.
No, the question is about actual money for the existing building.
Well,
it's a separate application.
They're building a
Okay,
new shed.
the
How
money
much
for
money
the
have you raised in total? Sorry.
at this moment in time, we have £56,000 banked up, and that will that will be covering the cost of the buildings. But before that, obviously, the cost of site preparation, the foundations, cost of the buildings to be put up, and we have a tremendously high cost for providing an electricity supply. The standing money to give to SSE has been incredible, and also we will be putting in a foul sewer and surface water, and the cost of connecting that to the main sewers at the discretion of Thames Water is a considerable cost indeed. So we have the money to do all of that work.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, just want assurances it's happening. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from councillors? Councillor Arlett?
Yeah, Clive, one of the items on, yeah, how you doing? One of the items on here is on previous community grants, and it says the premises for shed quarters workshop, 22.5 grand, grant application unsuccessful due to lack of planning permission. And it also says landlord consent. Who is the landlord of the land and why haven't they consented it?
Well, the landlord are the trustees of the Peppard War Memorial Hall. So that has been overcome, if I'm reading you correctly, Ken.
Yeah, that's fine, Clive.
Yep. So there is no problem. We, as I've said in my my report there, the Peppard War Memorial Hall trustees have now agreed a 25-year lease with the trustees of shed quarters.
Thank you. Councillor Rob?
Hello, Clive.
Hi.
I just wanted to check with you. Have you got your planning permission now? I think you do, don't you?
Oh yeah. We got planning. We got planning permission in December 22.
Yeah.
And we couldn't start any fundraising, obviously, until we'd got planning permission. And so we started fundraising in January 23. And it's taken us all this time, to get the funding together, but also we've had problems locating the buildings we wanted, partly because of the problem of concrete in government buildings, and COVID, and many people having to find accommodation for immigrants.
Right, thank you, Clive.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council members? No, do we note, members happy to note this report? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye, Clive.
We will now move on to the first Goring Heath Scout Group. And the project is the Scout Hut window replacement and access ramp project.
Could you give me the page number, please?
73.
Thank you.
And we have Keith Beatty
That is correct, yes.
on
Can
screen.
you hear me?
Hi, Keith.
Hello.
We can hear you, Keith. Yes, we can hear you.
Goodo. I don't know. I wasn't unaware that I could put presentation in. I've shared my screen. I'm not sure if you're seeing the picture of our hut on your screens at the moment.
We can see it, yes, very.
Oh, you
very
can,
nice.
it's working. Okay. Right. Give you a little bit of historical about this, our headquarters. It was Scouts were started back in 1930 by Miss Whittington. She's a direct descendant of Dick Whittington, hence the reason why on our knackers we have a black cat. Her family built this scout hut back in the 1930s and has left it in trust for scouting and for young people. Back in the late 1970s, the Whitchurch Guides joined us and we now became the first Goring Heath Scout and Guide group. Over the last few years, 12, 15 years, we've made massive improvements to this facility. We've added a new toilet block and shower block with a disabled toilet. We've redone the driveway because we think we get over 350 movements per week on the drive. The kitchen has been upgraded to an industrial kitchen. All the lighting throughout the building and the outside has been converted to LEDs for sustainability. We installed mains gas a few years ago, which seemed to be the right thing at the time, but possibly not at the moment. We've upgraded our out-of-date condemned heaters in the hut, so we've got gas heaters in the hut to warm the hut. We've put a number of trees in over the years, and a couple of years ago we put over 200 hedging plants around the outside. Our usage during the week is Monday to Thursday is between 6 and 16-year-olds, and we have over 100 people in the sections benefiting from this hut. Generally speaking, that's from Woodcote, Crays Pond and Whitchurch area. At the weekends, which is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we allow the hut out, hire the hut out for camping facilities. This goes out to the wider local community and groups further afield. It's predominantly scouting and guides that we cater for, but we do have a DFE come in on camping, and other church groups use the hut and facilities. We have the local historical reenactment club meet once a month at the hut, and we also provide accommodation for Crays Pond residents for their carol service and things like that. Our application is to renew these windows. As you can see, it's flicking through the screen at the moment. They are, we think, probably 94 years old, and they are in a very poor state of repair. We are looking to do a sympathetic restoration, so it'll be like for like, so we can get them to last for another 94 years. At this time, we also want to be able to provide disabled access for the facilities, because we're conscious we've got the disabled toilet, but really we have to put a ramp down if we've got any disabled people going into the hut. So we want to put the actual disabled facilities in the hut so that we can make it for all users. We're hoping that by doing that, we will attract more alternative uses during the daytime when the hut isn't used by the scouting and guide section. I think that's all I've got to say. Have you got any questions, members of the panel?
Right. Thank you, Keith.
Very kind of him to ask, wasn't it?
It is. Very nice. Members, any comments or questions? Councillor Giles.
Yeah, just a brief one. I'm right in saying you're quite close to the Oratory School. Is that right?
Yes, we are. Oratory Prep is in the village, the other end of Crays Pond. Yes.
I just wondered, in terms of funding, whether you sought to try and get them to contribute as well.
No, we haven't looked at that. We've got other sources that we're thinking of funding as where we go, but the plan was to put this one in first and see if we were successful with yourselves for partly funding it, and then we'd have to look for other sources. We have got enough reserves to do this facility all ourselves if we have to.
Any other questions or comments from members? Councillor Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Keith. I just wonder if you could talk us through any further plans you've got to, for example, insulate the building or to kind of improve the thermal efficiency and so on going forward.
Yeah, as you can probably look at the hut, you can see it's very old. We had a audit done quite a few years ago. You can't see any of the inside, but it's all wood panelled inside as well. And it's really is just out of it doesn't make economical sense, because we have to rip all the old panels off to actually insulate it all to be able to do it. It is just wouldn't make any environmental wrong, probably one way of saying it, but we wouldn't get any benefit from doing it. Cost would outweigh the benefit of doing it. We could put a bit of a full ceiling in to bring it down. However, you can't see it from inside, but we've got beams going across it, and the scouts and explorers tend to have obstacle courses going over the top of the beams. And also, if we've been away on camps a lot, we come back and we got wet equipment, we're able to hang all the equipment up in that hut, and it's surprising how much the canvas gets wet and it takes up in there. So we do tend to use the space that you're sort of looking at the moment up there to hanging down stuff and put stuff up to try and keep it dry. So yeah, unfortunately, we'd love to do it, but it just outweigh the benefit, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members? No, are members happy to note this? Thank you. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you very much.
Right. We now move on to the Didcot District Guide Association. And we have Sally Hollingham. And
sorry, very briefly, Councillor Ian Stone was also registered to speak. Unfortunately, he had to leave for work. The only note he passed on was that he was going to support the application and thank for work carried out by Sally.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we had a major flood in our hall in December 22. It took until August last year to get quotes and the insurance and everything else in place. When we went in to dry the accommodation, because it was very, very wet, and we took down the suspended ceiling because of the damage that was caused, we found a bigger issue with the ceiling that we need to address before we can really do anything else, because we'd be totally wasting our money by doing like for like because of this issue. So as you can see, the damage was very heartbreaking. We have now got a builder who is quite keen to do the work. We have decided to put insulation in the walls, not just the one that was wet, because we've got the opportunity to do the whole. We are going to replace the very outdated awful windows that are in there because they're all, sitting in water, and the roof. So the roof will have insulation going up through. We're not going to put in a suspended ceiling, simply because if that ever happened again, we wouldn't know until it was too late. So at least if we can see there's a suspended ceiling, we take that out. So in the meantime, I've had to find somewhere for the whole district to meet. We're meeting in a sports hall. It's not ideal. We've lost girls who have are on the spectrum, so a lot of SEN is an issue for us. We've even lost an adult due to that too, because of the noise level in the sports hall. It's also not a safe environment for the girls really to be, because we've got to walk through crowds that are watching the five-a-side football and everything else. It's also eaten our capital. We fundraise every year to keep us going, and all we're doing is spending out to rent somewhere where we already have somewhere. So we don't feel as if we're being all inclusive at the moment, which is really such a shame, because we've already prided ourselves in it. We've been in that hall since the Silver Jubilee, which is why it's called Jubilee Hall, and our oldest unit, 100, was first formed in 1923. So we have established guiders. We just had one that's received her 40-year award. And I think the youngest one is just coming up to a 5-year award. So we've got the leaders in place, we've got the girls, and we've got a huge waiting list that we can't take any more where we are at the moment. So we're desperate to get back into sport. I have, in the last 3 weeks, been offered £10,000. I'm a little apprehensive about accepting it because it is a family member. But this is, if we need to, I have got £10,000 there. We're very keen to be seen, to be promoting, so we're out there fundraising ourselves, part of a PR exercise as well. We also, just before this happened, were in talks with a group that wanted to use it as a warm space during the day. We have other people who use it, which we now can't accommodate either. So we are all inclusive. We are trying our best, but at the moment we're not in that position. The suggestion of putting in LED, we felt was a really good suggestion. So we've now asked the builder to be quoted with that. We haven't decided on the flooring yet. It was a parquet flooring. Whilst it looked absolutely beautiful, with girls aged between 4 and 26 running around it, it wasn't always that practical. So whatever we put in needs to be more practical. So we will certainly look at trying to put something in that's sustainable. But I don't really know what's out there because that's the last thing to be done at the moment. I'm really concerned about getting the rest of the hall done.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So that's me.
Thank you. Questions?
Sorry, I will say I have got a hearing problem, so if you could. Thank you.
So if you don't hear a question correctly, please ask us to repeat it and we will do
Thank
so.
you.
Councillor Gordon-Creed?
Thank you, Chair. My question, because you said you have a builder who's keen to do the work. My question would be specifically relating to the fact that sound is an issue for it's going to be an issue for the users. Is this builder up to speed with regards to thermal insulation, sound, you know, all the criteria to do with sustainability and carbon footprint and heat retention?
Yes.
As well as, you know, what is going to be needed, given that you're not replacing the suspended ceiling.
Yes, we have been working on them because we are very keen on sustainability, and Go Guiding are really pushing us that we have to be fully sustainable. You know, plastic, etc., is a no-no. And so yes, we are working with him to make sure that that we get the correct equipment that we need in there. The quote so far has included that, but obviously the longer we're out, the more the cost goes up. So we are concerned about that. We do have quiet space, you know, and it's not got a high ceiling, etc. So it is almost like a little room on its own. You know, and since the suspended ceiling went in about 15 years ago, and the reason it went in was to try and keep it warm, and that's the reason, therefore, we've now found is because it wasn't lagged. We lost our flagpole and other things as well. So we're keen not to have that put back in, and that we have the open space. It just would make a lot more sense for us. So yeah, we are working with the builder to make sure that the equipment and not the equipment, wrong word, the building materials are sustainable and they are the correct for that hall.
Darius wishes to make a point, and then I'll come to Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We were approaching the cut-off point for 2.5 hours, so I would recommend extending for the extra 30. So could we have a proposal and then second and vote on that?
I will propose that we extend for the extra 30 minutes. Councillor Giles, second. All in favour?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Darius. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sally. I had two questions. The first was, I wonder why you didn't apply for the full amount that's required for this project.
Because I was sent the link at a very late stage and I had very little time to complete the application. If I'd gone for over that amount, I would have had to have provided a lot more paperwork, which I didn't have to hand. So, and also, you know, we need to make sure that we do a lot of self ourselves. So, you know, we are Go Guiding, and we should be help.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. And the second question was about timescales for the project. So if you're successful today, what's the plan going forward?
8 weeks.
Wow, okay.
8 weeks.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
He has an army of people that, you know, and we Go Guiding. At the end of the day, we can go in there. We went in and we stripped that. We took all that metal framing down. We took all the roof down. We took the floor up. We had groups going in there, and we did that. We saved about £8,000 ourselves.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we will be decorating it, etc. ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Giles?
Very briefly, just on the finances, I'm just trying to understand a bit more myself. So you've applied for other grants, but they were unsuccessful. Is that right? And
Yes,
it's just this scheme is the only one left for raising.
No. So I applied for South Oxfordshire District Council after talking through with their admin staff how to complete the form. I submitted it, and then it got rejected because I had applied for too much, even though I was told to put that amount on there, so the whole amount that I needed.
In this grant scheme or a different one?
Sorry, not in this one, in the previous one. So that was the one that was rejected. So at the moment, I've got one with ESSO. The reason being is my next door neighbour is the PA to the top ESSO man.
So I've got one in Bresso. I've got one in for Tesco's that goes on the 24th of April. I was notified yesterday. I've got one for, and I can't remember the life of me what it's actually called, but it's the one that's Harwell, the nuclear for the area. I've got one in for Taylor Winfrey, but they're all, you know, a long way away. And some of them haven't even notified me that they've received my application, even though I've chased it up. So yeah, and as I said, a family member has offered us £10,000, which would do any shortfall that we've got. Yeah.
So one more time.
Councillor Raleigh.
Thanks, Sally. Sorry, one more question. In the scoring, you score quite low on your corporate plan priority, which is community wellbeing, and one of the reasons is because you haven't provided any evidence or about collaboration with other organisations. So, is there the potential for others to use the building once it's complete?
Yeah, I mean, predominantly it is a guide hall. And whilst we allow other organisations to use it, they're not on any of our committees or anything else. But they have an agreement, you know, like a lease agreement with us or renting it. So that's why we haven't. But obviously we've notified them that they can't meet there, and we will notify them when we're back in and we can start again.
Could you give us some examples of some of the other?
So we've got the Women's Institute meet there, the Trefoil Guild, which is it used to be part of guiding, but it's not part of guiding. It's sort of adults, guiding for adults. We've got Sustainability Didcot that meet there. We've had the Scouts meet there. They have sleepovers. Yes, we had all sorts. Yeah, we've had, you know.
I think you mentioned a warmth area in the presentation, didn't you?
Sorry.
There was a safe warm space as well.
Yeah, so I was in talks with the lady who wanted to set up a warm space group. And it's not used during the day, weekends obviously, but and it was available. But I said that was we were looking at her to start in January and it flooded in December. So yeah, we're just keen for it to be used wider really for people.
Any other questions from members? Yes. Are members happy to note the report?
Yes.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you.
I think that is the last of the people who have registered to speak, so thank you. We have 4 organisations who have requested funds but aren't able to speak to us.
Yeah,
Darius, are you leading us through this one, or is
I can point you in the right direction, Chat. So the first one was Berensfield Parish Council for a new high pedestal slide. And this would be an opportunity to ask officers if they have any questions before moving into the second session.
Could you let me know the page number, please?
So Berensfield is
I've given it to a 66.
66. Thank you. Oh. Questions or comments from councillors on Berensfield? Is there anything the officers want to mention to start?
I wonder if officers could describe what a high pedestal slide is.
Yes.
The big slide.
It's a single big tall sort of metal slide, basically. So on the quote, it was a picture was provided.
Okay, and it's step ladder to go up, and then okay. Oh, thank you.
Is it going to be just a straight one or a loopy one? Straight one. Straight one.
That's what the quote shows. So yeah, it shows it's the straight one.
You say loop, I mean go.
Councillor Giles?
Yeah, question. The officers just offer a general view on this. So they've got 300k in the bank. Typically, with an organisation with that level of money in the bank, what you view their suitability for a relatively small grant that they could easily cover themselves?
We would just
do our normal recommendations based on their income and expenditure. So it depends on the actual application. So for us, we would just review their bank balance, we would score it accordingly. And they made it clear in the application that they would only fund 50% of it. So it depends on the bank balance and how we want to review it.
I mean, that they might claim that they only fund 50%, but the reality is if they get told no, they'll fully fund it.
Yeah, well,
It's-
no,
it's-
they said they won't in their application, but it depends, that's what they put in their application form. But it completely depends when they give us the breakdown of their finances, we look at their income and expenditure and their reserve as well, and they explain where that money's going to come from.
May I?
Councillor Gordon-Creek.
So in the community need and inclusion console, the parish has decided to put this straight slide for slightly older kids in. But there's no evidence that they actually consulted with the community in terms of what the children are wanting to choose, or what, you know, any recommendations from the community. Yeah, we don't know why. No. Okay.
We didn't receive additional information, but when the board paper was sent out.
Any other questions or comments from members? Are we happy to accept the report as it is? Thank you. The next one is the Tame Town Cricket Club Limited, which is for solar panels controls housing, which should be the next one after the Baron. There's one, so page, I think 60, yep. So is there any particular points officers want to make before ask members for questions?
I think I'd just like to make it clear that actually this solar panel controls housing is literally to house kind of the battery for the solar panels. So just wanted to make that clear that that's what this project is.
Councillor Gregory?
Sorry, I think I need to declare an interest on this actually, because I have given grants from my county councillor. I don't know if I do, if the officers can advise on that. Is that
We can discuss during the break before we
okay?
make the decisions on that one.
Cool, thank you.
Was it just that, Councillor Gregory?
Yeah, sorry, I have no other questions.
Are you a fast bowler or a spin bowler?
Neither.
Any other comments or questions from members? If not, are members happy to note this as requested? Thank you. I believe we have St Leonard's Parochial Church Council as the next one. And the project is the church bells restoration. Before we go on to members' questions or comments, is there anything that officers wanted to point out on this one? No. Resist temptation to make a daft joke about ding dong on this one, but there we are. Members' comments, questions? Councillor Giles?
Yeah, I mean, we've had applications today from religious groups, but what they were trying to do was to do things in support of the wider community. I'm just querying how church bells, which is targeted at those who choose to believe in whatever they choose to believe in, I don't really understand how that's benefiting the community.
Well, if they get zero.
So they've scored one on the community benefit, so that their score is reflected that.
Should we see?
I guess that's probably something for the conversation about the assessment rather than the question of the application. Yeah. Any other?
All I would say is that I do think the sound of church bells is, distinctive part of the English landscape. So, and village life, yeah. So in that sense, I mean, we can talk about the individual bell ringers, but actually the sound of church bells is a part of village life in England that I do think has wider benefit outside of just the bell ringers.
Any other comments or questions from members? No, are members happy to accept this as a report?
Yeah.
Thank you. And the final item between us and a break for lunch is Henley Town Football Club. And the project is facility for improvements, upgrading, maintenance, mower machinery and equipment storage. But before we I ask councillors for questions and comments. Is there anything that officers would wish to point out?
Only really a bit like the Tame cricket that perhaps the project name is a little misleading. It's this is about a wooden storage facility for their equipment, for storing equipment. I think originally the project was going to be bigger. It looks bigger, yeah.
Okay. Comments or questions from members? Councillor Heritage?
Really just a comment on the funding shortfall. I assume the applicant didn't give any more information than we've got in front of us. So there's nothing I can really ask you on that score.
Any other questions or comments from members? No? Are members happy to accept that as a report? Thank you. Do members consider that an hour would be appropriate for a break at lunchtime?
Less. An hour's an awful lot.
45 minutes.
45
hours after breaking my life.
So could I ask all members to be back and ready to commence at 1 PM, which is 45 minutes? Thank you all. We'll pause the meeting now. If people can start to get ready to recommit, please.
Compose your faces, guys.
We could recommence.
Oh, yeah.
Is the stream back on?
Yes, we are now recording again, Chair.
Right. Thank you. I think all the three people there are in the room anyway, so we've not got anybody remotely connected. So welcome back to the third session. We now discuss the applications and devise recommendations to be sent to the Cabinet Member for Community Wellbeing. We will go through each item in turn and discuss whether we wish to agree with the recommendations for numbers support provided by officers, and if we do, then to confirm the amount of money. But Darius, do we confirm the amount of money each item as we go through?
So I would recommend just agreeing the scoring as we move through, and then at the end we can look at how much should be allocated to each.
Okay, so in the order they appear on the sheet, so I'm going to go through the this is the sheet on page 3 as updated. The first item is Henley-on-Thames Town Council for Mill Meadows Adventure Playground. The suggested score originally was 26. There's been no change to that since the original marking. They've requested £65,000 and 50% of that. And if we agree with that, then that's what the recommendation would be. So, comments from council members.
Sorry, which page is that on? Sorry.
So
18.
18. So page 18.
I just add, Chair, if we could get the panel to agree each score under each category, so that I can then record that on the spreadsheet to make sure that we maintain accurate record. Thank you.
Okay, so the Henley-on-Thames, page 18, community need, the score was 5 out of 6.
I'm happy with that, Chair, provided that this is going to be receiving a full amount. Thank you. Yeah.
Any objections? No. Community benefit, the score is the full 6 out of 6. Does anybody disagree? No. Action on climate emergency.
Can I just ask one question about it? So obviously the town council increased council tax by 30%. Does that mean that they'll now have more money to spend on things like this?
I don't know. Is anybody?
Maybe Ken will know.
I can ask a question. I think, as the town clerk said, we've got a number of really expensive items coming up over the next year, 2 years. Hence, that's why it's gone up 29%. You know, normally it goes up 3 or 4% maximum. So it's nothing to do with this. It's just for other items. And if they don't put it up, they obviously won't be able to afford to do all these other items. Simple as that.
Okay. But in the scope of this committee, we're here to discuss the merits of this particular proposal.
That's right.
Obviously the reserves that the organisation has is part of that. So the action on climate emergency has been scored at 6 out of 6. Are people happy with that? The financial sustainability is 4 out of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the themed criteria for the chosen corporate plan priority is 5 out of 6. So we've agreed with all those schools. So what was 26 remains at 26. Okay. If we move on to the next one, just as we page through, the next one is Aston Rowan Parish Council, the play area equipment and upgrading new equipment. The scoring, the community need was the full 6. The community benefit was the full 6. The action on the climate emergency was just 1 out of 6.
Can I ask a question? Is there any way that when we're going through them, if there is a picture, it be on the screen? Just because it's just.
Share that on here. Yes, of course.
We've had a few playgrounds.
Oh, did you mean of the scoring table or the actual?
No, so we can just visualise
The actual project. Okay. Alison can then until I need to.
Thank you.
Slides.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
With regards to that one, I think they answered sufficiently to that could score at least another point, I think, on that one, because they have addressed it, they've taken that, that's what I queried them on.
With just to note on the climate one, it's always a bit confusing.
Yeah,
it's where it's about the organisation
Right.
and what they're doing, not the project. So yeah, if you felt that it was something that they said that related to the project, that would have to come under the theme if they chose to be scored under the climate theme.
Got it, yeah. Forgot that,
Are
sorry.
you happy to keep that as a one on that basis then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Financial sustainability was 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
Lots of nodding.
Yeah.
And the themed criteria was the full 6 out of 6.
Can I just, officers have got a comment in relation to the finance?
On the finance sustainability, they actually mentioned about the fact that they've now got further contingency, I think about £3,000, 2,900. So that would increase their score to a 6 based on the scoring criteria.
Okay. Members happy to accept that change? So that means that the suggested score, which previously was 24 for both the first and the second iteration, would now be 25. Yes, good. Thank you. The next one is the River and Rowing Museum Foundations and Ratty's Revenge Reimagined. Refuge. Refuge.
Quite a different experience.
That's a different project.
In your dreams.
Right. The community need, inclusion and consultation was 4 out of 6. The community benefit there was 5 out of 6. The climate emergency was 5 out of 6. The financial sustainability had gone up between the 2 iterations from 2 to 6. And the theme criteria had gone up to 6. Any thoughts about any changes to any of those scores? So it had gone up to 26, so would remain at 26.
Just can I ask questions about the scoring? So the climate one is scored on the organisation, not the project. Is the financial sustainability that would be solely on the organisation rather than whether or not they raise money for the project? Is that
It's
right?
the project. The finance one is the project. The climate, we wanted to make sure that we were thinking about climate in its wider sense.
Okay.
And also, but give them the opportunity to choose a theme under the corporate plan priority, which may or may not have been climate.
Okay.
And accessibility as well has been thought out of throughout the scheme criteria.
Okay. So they could run out of money in 9 years unless they change their.
Yeah. So are councillors happy that remains as 26?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is South Moreton Parish Council and their playground enhancement. There were slides for that one, I think.
Yeah. That's not the big slide one, is it?
No.
The grass playground.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just behind the school.
And if memory serves me right, we gave them some funding for that path last year, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all done.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
It looks nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're doing good things.
Yes, yeah. It's for quite a small village. It's quite a thriving community spirit there, especially with the community pub.
Yeah.
The community need inclusion and consultation scored 4 out of 6. The community benefit in the second iteration scored 6 out of 6.
Can I just ask why that, given what we're reading here and also what she said, why wasn't that slightly higher, the community inclusion element?
A bit in line with the policy.
I guess the phrase that raises it, which is if there's substantial consultations taking place.
If you look at the scoring criteria to achieve a 5 point, when you look at the advanced at 5 as well, this would be something like creating a brand new play area where there wasn't one already. So it's where it will provide sort of brand new facilities or really improves the capacity of the facilities as opposed to sort of refurbishing it.
So 4 is probably as good as we'll get on that score for something which is refurbishment rather than expansion. Okay, going down was climate emergency was 3 out of 6. The financial sustainability, which relates to projects, is 4 out of 6. And the themes criteria is 4 out of 6. So overall, that comes to a score of 21.
Can I clarify what that means in terms of their allocation of funding?
That makes them high scoring. They would get all the money that they receive.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yes, I think 21 and up is fully funded. 22, 15 to 20 is
15 and above. Oh, yeah,
is partially funded, and 14 and below is not funded. So if we move on to Hitmore End and Something Common Parochial Church Council for the roof replacement and energy efficiency measures. The community need inclusion and consultation is currently shown as 4 out of 6.
Okay, I think we had some concerns around the access audit, didn't we?
Yeah.
And given that they actually wrote down that they wouldn't be happy with other hiring the venue, that's a concern.
I think we're still all niggling over that one a little bit because it was so contradictory, wasn't it? What was on paper was it's completely opposite to what was said verbally. We just need a way through that.
you could, I think is there already a condition on there at the moment that the facility is available to hire to anyone regardless of their faith group. So there is a suggested condition included.
I think you might want to go, it's not just about faith base, it's about other things as well. The general, like the Equalities Act and inclusion, you might just want to clarify.
So that it's inclusive to all rather than, yeah.
Including faith.
Including faith, yes. Good point.
We're still a little bit concerned, I think, that they could I'm not suggesting that they haven't got the best intentions, or the gentleman that we saw hasn't got the best intentions, but I think there's a little bit of nervousness that they could go away and not agree that it would be multi-phase. We wouldn't know any different, but I guess we can only look at what we've got in front of us, can't we? And
Yeah,
what we've got about that.
we can only consider the evidence we
Yeah.
evidence ourselves or in the room. But yeah.
And I think the merits of the project stand on their own in terms of the project.
Yes.
And down the line, the chances of having more, perhaps, let's say, open-minded people saying yes or no might increase anyway, maybe. Who knows?
There's two parts to the process this afternoon, one of which is agreeing the scoring.
Yeah.
And then once we've agreed the scoring, which I think is going to be okay, we then will make the awards, and that's the point at which we'll then choose if we wish to do so to attach a caveat.
Sure.
So in terms of the scoring for community need inclusion consultation is 4 out of 6. Is that okay? Community benefit is 4 out of 6. The climate emergency is 2 out of 6. Financial sustainability is 4 out of 6. And the theme criteria is 5 out of 6. Are there any of those scores that anybody wishes to revise?
Kidmore
End.
I guess our concerns about the access have already been taken into account by officers anyway, so.
Okay. So on that basis, the score remains at 19 for that one. Okay. The next one is the Pinner Village Centre, the keeping the lights on, upgrade to LED lights. So the community need inclusion and consultation was scored at 4 out of 6. The community benefit 3 out of 6. Climate emergency was 4 out of 6. Financial sustainability was 2 out of 6.
I just see. So they submitted some evidence late after the deadline, and they confirmed they were going to increase their contribution. So they secured all the other funding for it. And as they've concluded contingency, maintenance, and ongoing costs, eventual replacements, that would take it to a 6 according to the scoring metrics.
So the recommendation is that financial sustainability goes from 2 to 6.
That's good.
Are members happy to support that?
Yeah.
And the theme criteria was 5 out of 6. And that means that the score, which was 18, becomes 22.
Yeah.
So are members happy to accept that as 26? Well, the next item is the Parochial Church Council of North Morton, the safe and more efficient use of the village hall. There we are. The community need inclusion and consultation is 4 out of 6. Community benefit is 6 out of 6. The action on climate emergency, 2 out of 6.
Just on that, Chair. There's the additional paragraph at the end saying the applicant has provided additional information stating that another service provider has been identified for their clothes recycling unit. Why are we unable to increase the score based on that information? Because it's an existing use for the, it's not a new action on the climate emergency.
So for the action on the climate emergency, that actually goes to our climate team and they do the scoring. So they would have scored that accordingly. So they would have given that feedback.
And they'd already provided information about the clothing recycling unit. They were just telling us they'd got a new supplier.
Yeah.
So nothing in addition had been.
It's reinforcing existing points rather than new. Okay. Financial sustainability was 2 out of 6.
And 3, I think. I'm
Up to 3, sorry. 2 up to 3. Oh, sorry, it's on different pages, that's why I didn't see it. Sorry. And the theme criteria is 4. So if people are happy with those scores, that makes it 19.
Can we check if officers have any additional thoughts?
Yeah.
Are we okay on that one?
Yeah. Okay. The next one is the Beresfield Parish Council, the new high pedestal slide. So this is a new item of play equipment. On this one, were there any points that the officers wanted to raise at this point? So on community need, we had 3 out of 6. On community benefit, 5 out of 6.
Yeah, I think we might come back to this discussion later when we're actually allocating the funds. But given the absence of some information, I think it would be useful for us to talk a bit more about that perhaps later on anyway.
In terms, is that about actually the score?
About whether the slide is specifically what's required by the community.
So that would affect the community.
So that, I think that would affect the score. I think it would be appropriate to discuss it now.
Okay, there wasn't any consultation, was there? Was that the one with no consultation in terms of community benefit?
No evidence in the application.
Yeah, and then they just state that it will encourage social cohesion for some priority groups. But they haven't consulted.
We don't know if the money might have been better spent on another item, or we just don't know, do we?
Yeah.
So I guess the point is that in the first one, they're saying there's no evidence of consultation, but we've given it a very high community benefit score. But is that justified based on the fact we don't know whether it will benefit the community?
It's based on scoring criteria. So you'll find that anything that's open and available to anyone to access
It will
always
automatically-
scores highly. It will always score highly in that area.
Okay.
Consultation side of it tends to come under the community need.
Yeah.
Right,
Which
so
is
that's a
where
different-
they've scored 3 there rather
Right,
than,
okay.
so.
What's the difference between 3 and 2 on that one? Because it doesn't feels low, doesn't it?
On community need.
On community
Yeah.
need, yes.
So for community need, you can see, for example, 3 points provides new minor facility or activity for the community. To achieve 4 points, they need to have carried out consultation with existing youth at least, which obviously there hasn't been any evidence of.
But we're happy they've complied with to at least get a 3.
Yes, because it is providing a new minor facility.
Okay, Chair, I think if we can come back to it with a condition about consultation later on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So you're minded to place a caveat on when we come to.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm satisfied that the officers have scored it appropriately on the criteria. But it would be for us later on to perhaps add some conditions around community consultation and send a message, I think, to the parish council that we welcome applications from Beresfield. We're very supportive of Beresfield, but we would very much like to see meaningful consultation with the community.
Yeah. So the school, so that was the first community need was 3, community benefit 5, the action on climate emergencies 2. Financial sustainability is 4, and the theme criteria is 3. So if we retain those, I think everybody's happy to retain those. That means it stays at 17. Yeah. The next one is the Tame Town Cricket Club. And this is the solar panels controls housing. So the scores on this one were that for community need, it was 1. And for community benefit, it was 1. For action on the climate emergency, it's 4. For financial sustainability was 5. And the theme criteria is 5. Are there any further officer comments on this one? Member comments, Councillor Giles?
I just query how it, okay, I know we just covered this a moment ago, but in terms of the community benefit, it's obviously got 1, and things like a playground where people can go to it got much higher. But anyone can go to the cricket club if they want to. They're not banning anybody. So I'm just wondering how you draw the line there.
So it's the benefit of what said, because the solar panels were already installed, actually what the benefit is it going to give to that community. So the indirect benefit would be, for example, cost savings, potentially people that hire it. But from an actual general community, which is obviously what we're looking at in line with the criteria, it's quite scored low score.
Overall, this scores 16. So councillors happy to retain that as 16. So we now come on to the South Stoke Community Shop, which is one that generated the most conversation this morning. If we come on to schools, so community need, that was 3 but has increased to 5.
Can I just speak on that? You know, we weren't given any numbers of the amount of people that are going to use this shop. You know, is it 3, 5, 10, 20 people, 30, 40 people?
Just 500. Councillor, it's on the board.
Sorry, but I'm surprised there's 500 people live in the village.
I mean, I don't think there is probably 10, but I think you do get some passing trade. Certainly they've got a nice recreation area there, so parents with children will go park in the car park of the shop, be using recreation and pop into the shop. Indeed, I've done that myself to use it. It's, you know, it's nice. It's a nice village, nice place to go to. So I think the numbers reflected as well in what they were talking about their finances and how they've become kind of sustainable, making that bit of profit from the shop. I think that shows that actually they are getting the use of the existing facility. That, you know, that's why they feel enabled to move on to create something bigger and better.
I just felt I just felt they were very enthusiastic, you know, given their presentation. I just wasn't convinced that it's going to happen. But then again, maybe we get on the debate on that of the numbers.
Not like Dragon's Brain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Speculation.
Okay, Councillor Jones.
I mean, I'm sceptical as well. I mean, I think they've just decided that there are 500 people within the distance of who might conceivably use it. But it might be that 50 people use it. And I don't know where people come up with these numbers. I think they're just plucking a number out of thin air, basically, or plucking a number out that's convenient for them, not actually the reality. So, dubious.
We're on community benefit. Having said that, I will say, you know, a lot of us live in small villages in South Oxfordshire, and I'm a big fan of anything that creates a village community hub.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think on that issue of community benefit, I mean, they've been operating successfully for 10 years out of a shipping container. They've identified a need to grow, and they've secured a lease, albeit at the moment a short-term lease, or not short, 15-year lease, to enable this project to go ahead.